Yeah, that's unfortunate, guys. Sorry. I mean, well, I don't know why I'm saying sorry. It's not like there's anything I could have done about that. All right. The thing is, I can't like lives. I can't really make the splits look the way that they used to. It's gonna be scuffed. It should all you're gonna see is dark. You're gonna see the splits of all the other game names, except there's not gonna be any timestamps for them because of the way live split works. It's fine. Honestly, it's probably better this way anyways. Like I should have just used a timer for this marathon. I didn't really need to have splits for the games themselves. I feel like a timer just like looks better anyways. And set text on the screen. Yeah, I could do that, but it's honestly, I don't think it's worth the effort. I guess we're gonna try Margit. Fuck it, why not?
Foul tarnished. In search of the Elden Ring. Emboldened by the flame.
Yeah, the game's running okay now.
Ambition.
Yeah, I don't think it's an issue. Oh, I was like, that did fucking nothing. I don't think it's the achievement bug. Oh my gosh, so much damage. Thought I rolled that. Fine. You know, after playing Reforged, this is like a little bit easier. Oh, really? You know, I'm not sure why I didn't use Sacred Blade. Well, I'm rusty, but you know, we'll get there. We'll get there. Sacred Blade would have helped a little bit. Although, I'm not sure if Margit has holy resistance. This is just the standard Scythe. What's the weapon art on this thing, actually? Oh, right, it doesn't... I'm stupid. Well, we changed the weapon art. What's the default weapon art? Because I wasn't actually paying attention. The spinning slash? I see. Yeah, the game's running fine now. I have no idea what happened, chat. My PC just fucking exploded. Like, I don't know. My PC just straight up froze. Like my task manager was completely busted. It was showing no activity on my CPU. Or like it said that my CPU was at 50% usage, but then in the list everything was just at 0, which was very strange. I don't know. Sometimes things just happen and the only way to fix it is to restart your PC.
Well, I presume. Oh, I am an old soul here, perhaps.
Wanted to get it to +4, but that's not gonna happen. Okay, we're gonna go get the Dex Physic, and it's just so there's so much stuff to pick up in this game. We're gonna go get the Dex Physic and Blood Flame Blade. Yeah, I have the Faith Physic. I didn't equip it yet, though. And this thing's kind of tanky. No Blue Dancer? No. I don't think so. Oh man, this is further away than I thought. Is this it? Okay, nice. Alright, we're gonna get Dex and Faith. And then I think honestly let's just go kill Godrick. We'll kill Godrick, get his Great Rune, and then we'll be in good shape.
Who there? It's tightly. Oh, the guard you breached. Well, but of course.
Explore the castle on day 2. It would be cool if we got, you know, Stormveil in some capacity in Night Rain. It seems kind of like a missed opportunity, actually, when you think about the fact that Stormveil is literally in Limgrave, so like, kind of weird that it's not in Night Rain. Thanks, Zilla. A vertical map where you dive deeper as days go by. I mean, yeah, there's so many cool ideas. I'm very curious what they're gonna do with the Night Rain DLC. Hey, Filippo, thank you for the 5 months, man. Why Scythe only? Just for fun, man. It's not really... That's really all there is to it. Oops. Alright, hold on. I ordered a sandwich, so I'm gonna be right back. Got some Jersey Mikes. Okay, I'm back.
Mighty dragon, thou'rt a true-born heir. Lend me thy strength, O kindred. Deliver me unto greater heights. Well. Lowly tarnished. Plain as a lord. I command thee, kneel! I am the lord of all that is golden.
damage isn't too bad. You don't really have much health, though. Oh, wow, that damage. Oh, I should have taken the riposte. Why is the damage value for the first hit of the charge R2 so bad? Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question.
Truest of dragons, lend me thy strength.
Did I add you on Discord? No. Hey Grim, thank you for the 9 months. You can get headshots pretty often with this weapon. God, dude, the bleed, man. Holy. Wow, it actually does pretty good stagger, too. Yo, the scythes are pretty good.
All that is golden, and one day we'll return together to our home, bathed in rays of gold.
Yeah, I barely talk on Discord in general. Yeah, I have a Discord channel. Yeah, the DLC bounty was fun. Oh. Oops, I'm going the wrong way. Okay, hold on. We're gonna go upgrade real quick. We need to pick up the pace, man. Dude, Elden Ring... Elden Ring can take so long. Alright, we need 16 strength and 16 dex. Yeah, sure, that's fine. Where the heck am I going? Fucking rats. I mean, dude, I can't do anything about somebody impersonating me on Discord, man. It happens. You're like the fucking 100th guy to come in here, and it's nothing I can do about it. That's fine. I just wanted to ruin Arc anyway. This load screen takes forever. Kind of a pain. Oh man, Godrick's Grey Rune is... I say this every time, but it's... it's ridiculous how good it is. Good enough. Yeah, Radon and Morgott can be good. Save the girl. You can't save anybody in this game, man. They all fucking die. All right. Because you kill them. No. Somber 8. It's not a Somber 8. It's a Smithing 8. Alright. Oh, I'm still trapped. Alright, I'm gonna go grab the Somber 5, and then... we should probably just go kill, like, Rennala, I guess? Am I planning on playing the BF6 beta? I don't actually have a key for the beta yet. But... I will probably get one. It's open? I don't think... Well, I mean, I was literally sponsored to go to a Battlefield event, so I imagine I will probably get a key. Hey, tell your pet I said hi. Thank you for the 3 months. And Gevil, thank you for the sub, man.
Well, then I presume.
Alright, yeah, let's just go do... let's go do Rennala, I guess. Alright, guys, it's time for the secret door. Oh my god. Yep, you missed that ruin arc. How will you ever recover? I think a lot of people on their first playthroughs don't even use ruin arcs. That's pretty good damage. Oops. Oh, wow. Goodbye. I mean, we are +5 somber, so... Not bad, though. Good hit. What an idiot. Okay, hold on. I need to be right back, chat. Sorry, just give me a minute. Alright, I'm back. There's somebody being a bozo in the chat. Odd. Yo, Scythes? I feel like Elden Ring Scythes might be the best, chat. I mean, I know we're using a +5 somber on like Rennala, which obviously that's just pretty good in general, but pretty good. We could try power stancing.
Flee, my sweetings. Come out from whence ye hide. There are books and light.
Yeah, it does holy damage. Honestly, our damage is like... Well, we should probably get... strength and dex, if anything. Alright, let's go... Okay, this is kind of a waste of time, but... I want to see how much damage this does to, like, Deathbird. Each HP level ups, yeah. Yeah, honestly, our HP, might be a little overkill. We have quite a lot. I don't want to get distracted too much, though, because, like, I really do need to... I mean, this is going to be a long run, like... Genuinely, this is probably, like, another... I feel like probably got another 5 or 6 hours. Not that good. Oh wait, I don't have the stats. $264, I mean. Good. Alright, I'm just gonna fucking R1 spam. It's pretty good damage. Oh, Jesus. That's the scariest attack right there. Alright, I'm not dying to fucking Deathbird, dude. Any staggers? How are you not staggered, dude? I guess the poise reset. L2 finish. I wanted to use the L2, but I was scared. Alright, that was not worth it, but, you know, we did it. Alright, I'm gonna go kill Loretta. Since we need to do this anyways. So where is the best spot to farm the Grave Scythe, by the way, chat? You say, like, right after Godrick? If we want to upgrade the grave site, though, we're going to need to get the smithing stone bells, which is fine. We can get them. Not that big of a deal. I'm not sure. I'd still... Well, I have one Dectus medallion. I don't have the other one, though. We should probably just use the Dectus lift. We could take the magma worm route. Definitely slower, though. You can get smithing stones? Yeah, but if you just go to Altus, you can get the bell to buy smithing 3 and 4. So it's kind of pointless to go that pathway, in my opinion. Especially because I need to get the bell anyways. I think I want to get... I'm probably going to try to go for the actual Golden Vow incantation on this run. Obsidian Lamina. We're not really going to be able to use that unless we cheat it in, or I guess if somebody drops it for us. Yeah, we could try Power Stand Scythe. Power Stand Scythe is probably just spamming jumping attack, I imagine. R2 is pretty good. Hey, Utgard, thank you for the 32 months, man. Kind of crazy how good... I feel like almost every weapon in Elden Ring is honestly just really strong. Even Varia's bouquet. I mean, I did a run with the bouquet. It wasn't even that bad. It was mainly just bosses that you couldn't bleed that it kind of sucked on. But if the boss was weak to bleed, the bouquet was like perfectly fine. Actually pretty decent.
Thou must have, as though I have no intriguing. Wilt thou? I am the wit that I might well. I soured, but I require anticipate.
Thanks, Ronnie.
I don't know what since I asked. I reside in...
Name's Blight. Glad to have you. Well, I'm situated in the Eternals. I'm planning to go see if I can.
Again, the Carian, I'm told, I will.
Yeah, there's too much dialogue, man. Alright, I'm sorry. I've got places to be. Alright, I'm gonna get the smithing bell for 1 and 2. And it feels good to just do a run of Elden Ring again, though. I love Elden Ring. Reforged is fun, but man, it's like... That shit is... like hard mode. I mean, I am playing on master mode. Alright, dude, chill man. Guys. Guys. That was not my finest attempt. Alright, we got this though. Holy fuck, I'm so bad, dude. Don't... Oh my god, please. It's so Okay, alright, we got this. Focus. Focus. No! Fine, guys. It's all according to plan. There we go. I think it's a lot easier if you use your fists. All right. No elevator? No, I mean the boss. If I die to this boss, I should just retire. This boss doesn't do any damage, Chad. It's just one fucking Crystallian. I wonder if I can, like, guard counter him. There we go. Ooh. Oh my god, we did it. Insane. Yo, yeah, the Scythe riposte is pretty cool. Okay, hold on. I gotta be right back. 1 sec. All right, I'm back. Why you guys always look at me like that when I come back, huh? Yeah, that would be cool, Belgarath. Honestly. Be interesting. I really should have just went and got the other Dectus medallion, but we're going this way, fuck it. How long will this run be? I don't know, man. Way too long. We're probably gonna be going till pretty late tonight, if I had to guess. I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to go as fast as I can, but if I'm upgrading multiple weapons, and if I have to farm the Grave Scythe, and we're doing the DLC, it's gonna take a while. Farming on PC. I don't know, sometimes it's... Okay, so many people... I feel like maybe I'm in the minority here, but... For me personally, it's satisfying to actually like earn the drop and just interact with the game the way that it's intended. I mean, I understand why people would want to just cheat and not have to farm it, but... Killing the same enemy 100 times equals intended gameplay? I mean, yeah. I don't know, maybe I feel this way just because, I mean, listen, like, if you speedrun Dark Souls 1, you farm for a fucking weapon drop. I guess I'm just... I don't know, that's just... That there's a reason they don't make the weapons guaranteed. Oh, come on. Listen, I've farmed for Magma Blade multiple times, chat. All right, I can handle it. Dude, Dude, I like lost my mind farming for that magma blade. I got super unlucky one run. Or quit out's intentional gameplay. Yeah, I mean, you just... Okay, so like, the thing is, at this point, I think quit outs are intentional, yes, because in Dark Souls 2, now granted it was a different director, of course, but in Dark Souls 2, wait, is there a way to jump up here? Oh yeah, hold on, I want to do this stupid strat again. Oh wait, they didn't actually notice it. Or did they? I don't know. Dark Souls 2 specifically made it so you could not quit out when you were midair. And enemy locations and positions, or well, so, well, that's one and the same. Enemies' positions would not get reset when you quit out either. So quitting out really didn't help you much in DS2. But then they changed that for Dark Souls 3 and for Elden Ring. Holy sh... Wow. He gets iframes for so long. Oh, that's absurd. Yeah, Scythe R2s actually do pretty good poise damage. Man, I forgot how easy it is to stun bosses in this game. In Reforged, it takes like fucking... Reforged is ridiculous. It's actually just stupid playing on Master Mode. I'm pretty sure they have like 5 times poise on Master Mode or some shit. The massive cope if you think it's intended gameplay. Well, it's more like... If they didn't want people quitting out, they would prevent you from doing it, I guess is my point. Do we get the black raptor feathers? I don't know how many jump attacks I'll do. See, it's things like these. It's like, oh yeah, let's get the black raptor feathers, and you know, let's do this, let's do that, and then before you know it, you're fucking 2 hours have gone by. Honestly, though, this... I mean, we're killing the bosses pretty quick, at least. Why did I remove the splits? My PC crashed, and there isn't really any way for me to fix the splits very easily anyways, so... I just using a timer for now. Alright, there's a skip you can do here, chat. And we failed it. We'll try again. Nice. Wait, is it in here? Oh, no, no, no. All right, Garrus. We meet again. Woo! Dude, Garrus is like a nemesis of mine. There's been some challenge runs where that guy's been a huge pain in the ass. Alright. Yeah, I got the chest piece. My god, loot the fucking item, man. This mask gives +1 faith, chat. We're going in here for Ritual Sword Talisman. Super worth it. Oh, nice. My gosh. Look at me, guys. I'm spamming weapon art. Oh, let's get our extra talisman pouch.
Only fine. You have it now to become the thing as become.
Thank you. All right. Let's go run through Altus. You thought I went offline. My stream crashed, man. Well, my whole PC crashed, I should say. I don't know, Elden Ring started lagging like crazy, and then my task manager was completely frozen, and then the PC just froze completely. Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate. What happened to farming Grave Scythe? We're still going to. It's just, it's easier for us to use Winged Scythe right now because it's somber. We can switch to smithing weapons once we get the bells. Yeah, I'm gonna finish Elden Ring today. I mean, we still probably have like 4 or 5 hours left. But I do plan on finishing it today. I don't know if we'll farm the Halo Scythe. I farmed it before. It's kind of annoying. I'm never gonna get Grave Scythe. Come on now. Have some faith. What is this item here? Oh. Great. Fucking rocks. Thanks, Miyazaki. I don't know why I'm grabbing all these graces. It's just because I'm like worried if I, on the off chance I do somehow end up dying, I don't want to run all the way back. I could definitely skip a bit more though. I don't even have the stats, and this thing still does like pretty good damage. Have I died yet? I don't think so. Have I? I don't know. You died to Kenneth? Oh yeah, you're right. I did die to Kenneth. True. Oh. Oops. Almost screwed this. Okay. The page guarding the chest. Oh yeah. Yeah, you were right. That's true. I need to do more of these marathons though. They're fun. I don't know what I would do next. I should do like a great hammer only marathon. Great hammers are so good. Katana only so I can play Sekiro. Should do this every day. I mean, like I know people like watching the marathons, but if I did them like all the time, it wouldn't really make it as special. And also I would get kind of tired of it. Like it's fun to do, but I like doing variety and stuff. Yeah, I know, it's been a while. I'm gonna be like fucking 40 years old and this marathon is gonna be like 10 fucking games. Oh man, it's just, I mean, I've been doing these marathons like for a long time now. And it's just, you know, initially it was just Dark Souls, like 1, 2, and 3. Well, actually that's not true, because we got, I think Bloodborne, was Bloodborne between DS2 and DS3? I think it was. I mean, when I started streaming, it was just Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, and Dark Souls 2. And now we have Dark Souls 3, Elden Ring, Sekiro, Bloodborne, Demon Souls Remake. Crazy. Oh, Elden Ring is so hard. Sorry, I'm just fucking around. But yeah, you just you can bully so many bosses just spamming weapon art. Have I thought about doing a non-FromSoft Souls marathon? Do you mean like Souls-like games? I don't know. Forgot about Dolmen. Dolmen. I wonder if anybody's ever beaten that game. Apart from the devs and the playtesters. Yeah, there's so many different Souls-likes. So for those who don't know, Dolmen was a Souls-like that I got sponsored to play like 10 years ago. Okay, maybe not that long, but it's been a while. Like, it might have been 5 or 6 years ago now at this point. Yeah, it was pretty fucking scuffed. But I ended up playing it for like 6 hours. (2022). Is it really been only 3 years? I feel like that was fucking ages ago. Okay, well, my memory is fucking cooked. Listen, yeah, I'm trying to suppress the memory, okay? Oops. Why is he steaming? Oh, shit. I think it's because of the weapon art. Also, whatever. We'll try to fight him legit. He's got a stagger. There we go. Should be close to a bleed proc. Nice. Not bad. Dolmen was actually okay. It was a bit scuffed. There was one section though where they just, it was like a big open room and there was just 20 enemies all with like guns shooting at you, and I was like, okay guys, I've had enough. Grave Scythe? Alright, you guys want me to go get the Grave Scythe? I don't know, Halo Scythe is cool, but I've used the Halo Scythe before, so I'm like less inclined to use that one. Is this really the best spot to farm it? I feel like I gotta run kind of far to get here, no? Oh, there's 2 enemies with it. Do they res? I mean, it's three enemies at a time. That's not too bad. They're pretty quick. I think we're gonna get this pretty quickly, chat. You love farming? Me too. Farm this for 3 hours until 1 drop. I don't believe you. What was he, fucking falling asleep? Surely it's not that bad. Come on, baby. I don't even really remember where you get silver foulfoots. I know Patches sells some. But we would only be using it for, like, the 1 drop. Just for the 3 enemies, anyways. Oh, the bone shard. Not worth here. But last if you run back to the Grace, yeah. We're gonna get it, chat. The silver serpent ring is quick to get. Yeah, just go to fucking... Just go to the Halig tree, bro. That's pretty quick. Oh. Oh, look at that. We got him. Wait, so why is this thing so good? It doesn't seem that good. $55 bleed buildup. Excuse... What the fuck was that? Bro, I just spawned mid-air. Excuse me? Hello? Equipment error, but yeah, that's not how it works. That's not how the game works, though. Yeah, we should probably just get... Where do you get spinning weapon again, by the way? Health. Oh, right. Rogier. We talked about this before, but I forgot. Yeah. Well, he should be dead, so I think we can get his bell. You used to try the skip until you realize it's easier to go like 60 feet down the rampart. Yeah. True. Yeah, he'll be at the round table. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna kill the Erdtree. I'll upgrade the other weapons. I just don't think I have enough golden runes. Well, I probably do now that I picked these up. Oh, nice. He was about to do his AoE. Whoa. What the? There's a somber 6 down here we're gonna grab. Probably just go to the mountain tops for the other sombers. I'll be getting the Halo Scythe. I don't know. We could try to farm it. It's kind of a pain in the ass to farm though. No, I don't have ray tracing on. What's up, Yui? I'm still in combat. This weapon causes bleed effect. Yeah, it has bleed by default. And so some of you guys were saying occult was good with the grave scythe, but I don't really feel like I ever used occult very much. What does that even scale with? Arcane, right? Surprised he hasn't staggered yet. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, the charge R2 is not that great. I still find it strange that there's 3 smithing somber 5s. There's not many somber pickups in the game that are actually multiple. Mounted charge R2. Yeah, I did try it. Right.
Oh, I didn't. I'll be doing much. Just lay out.
Pleased to name's Rod, but now I'm in. I had a little, as you might guess. I'm privy to it. Would you care to look? Time can move. A little conversation.
Thank you.
Back no matter.
I need to stop. You the scrolling on the map is so slow. Drives me crazy. I wish there was a setting for like more, like a faster cursor on the map.
Graceless, tarnished. What is thy business with these thrones? Ah, Godrick the Golden. The twin prodigies, Mikola and Melania. General Radahn, Praetor Rykard, Luna Princess Rani, willful traitors, all. Thy kind are all of a piece. Pillagers, emboldened by the flame of ambition. Have it writ upon thy meager grave. Felled by King
Did I grab spinning strikes? I have spinning weapon.
Last of all kings.
I'm not sure if that's what you're talking about. Are you talking about like the DS3 spin to win move? Whoopsies. We're going for the face tank strat. Yeah, the charge R2s are not that great.
Thy part in this shall not be forgiven.
Ooh, the bleed. Nice. Blood flame. Yeah, you know, that probably would have been good. Probably should have used blood flame blade. It's cosmetic. Okay, guys, we have plenty of bosses that we can use blood flame blade on. It's okay.
Hello again, old friend. Allow me a moment to converse with you. You
Where do you get the
unable to enter the
spinning strikes at
Erdtree?
Ash of War?
No.
I don't
Prevented by the
remember,
mantle of barbs.
honestly.
The thorns are impenetrable, a husk of the Erdtree's being that spurns all that exists without. The only way to stand before the Elden Ring and become the Elden Lord is to pass the thorns. My purpose serves to aid in that very act, so I'd like you to undertake a new journey with me to the Flame of Ruin, far above the clouds, upon the snowy mountain tops of the giants. Then I can set the Erdtree aflame and guide you.
Thanks, Melina. Oh shit. I'm gonna say I don't really want to. Come on, man. I freaking activated the elevator, but then I forgot to send it back up. I'm impatient. I didn't want to wait. I hate this fucking skip, dude. This is why I activated the elevator, but then I'm just doing the skip anyways. Just wait for the elevator. Alright, fine. I'll accept defeat, man. I'll fucking wait for the elevator. Alright, maybe just one more attempt while the elevator's coming up. Fuck! Fuck! It's fine. Hey, we hit the skip once, you know, good enough for me. That skip frickin' drove me crazy when I ran any percent. So annoying. What's my any percent time? Oh, I don't remember. $50 minutes or something, I think, right? Yeah, I know, it's so... FromSoft's priority when it comes to patching stuff is something I will never understand. Have you seen the new route? Yeah, all of the new routes for Elden Ring use the Death's Poker, funny enough. But for years, the Death's Poker was an unusable weapon because it had a glitch on it that basically made it unusable. It took FromSoft like 2 years to fix it. It had a glitch where every time the weapon art would hit the enemy, it would cause your character to get hit stop. Your character would constantly be like stuttering. It was really scuffed. You skip all the sleep stuff? Yeah, I mean, you just use Death's Poker and just put the shit on the ground. Hope that they don't fucking destroy you. But I think the Death Poker route is like really RNG. What's up, Buck? Did you finish the castle today, Buck? You're at the Krauser fight? Nice. Will I run Elden Ring again? I don't know. Maybe at some point. I haven't really had any desire to like run Elden Ring again lately, to tell you the truth. Never know though. It would be cool to like learn the Death's Poker route. The Death Poker fix was in August 2022. Okay. I'm not done with speedrunning, but I don't know. I feel like, weirdly enough, I feel like speedrunning has kind of become less popular over time. Not that that has like any impact on whether I want to do it, but it's all about permadeath slop. I mean, look at like GDQ. You know, GDQ. I mean, GDQ has lost viewers for like a variety of reasons, of course, but it's interesting to see that GDQ has kind of like stagnated, if not kind of gone down in viewership. GDQ still raising millions? Yeah, I mean, didn't say that they aren't making money. I guess I'm just saying speedrunning is definitely more niche, or it still feels like quite niche, in my opinion. Most popular speedrun content is this guy cheated for years. Yeah. Yeah, true. Never been more popular. So I don't know if I agree with that. Like, I mean, I don't feel like speedrunning has gotten like incredibly popular. If you look at Twitch, the biggest Twitch streamers are fucking people are just like reaction Andes and like IRL streamers. There's really not that many big speedrunners at all. I will say though, I do want to speedrun Resident Evil 9. Okay, I will definitely try to speedrun that game, and I don't know, I mean maybe there's some other stuff I'll try as well. Yeah, a lot of new games are kind of shit for speedrunning, I tend to agree. Holy shit, is... What the fuck? Is this... How resistant is this guy to slash? I'm not even gonna try to do this, I'm just gonna run. Fuck. That explains why the fucking dragon boss in the Shifting Earth and Night Rain is like so tanky. So often I'll be fighting him and I'm like, as a melee, and I'm doing like literally fucking nothing. Normal boss fight's not worth it, bro. That dragon is so annoying. It really isn't worth it. I was thinking about doing bike, but I'm gonna try not to get distracted too much. Like, we still have so much of the run left. I'm gonna go upgrade these weapons, though. Yeah, I thought Wu Chang was alright. It was pretty decent. Do I not have the heavy infusion? I mean, I'm not even sure. Oh, you know what? Hold on, let me change. I don't think I don't have like any wet blades at all. Is the heavy one the wet blade in Stormveil? Yeah, we could go grab it. I mean, we only have, well, we have 30 strength, 30 dex. Elden Ring setup is boring. Yeah, it's probably like my least favorite thing about doing replays of this game is just needing to pick up all the flask upgrades and stuff. I mean, you don't need to, but it's like if you don't upgrade your fucking flasks, you're just, you know, you have such a big health bar, it's, I don't know, basically turns it into like a no-hit run if you're not upgrading your heals. Tell my chat to shut up already. I'm just vibing, man. I don't know. God, this moveset is shit. That was actually not bad. Okay, dude. Just die, please. Thank you. And I'm not really sure what to even... I feel like you have so much endurance in this game. Or maybe it's just the bar is really big, but you go from like Dark Souls 2 to this and you can roll 30 times in a row instead of like fucking 3 times. Kind of crazy. Sorry, my eyes itchy. The grave one scales with strength more. I mean, it's DD, but I guess there's like different varying levels of D scaling. I did that. Oh, really? Oh, that's pretty good. Do I plan on running Wu Chang? I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I've heard there's a few skips and stuff, so maybe I will. I don't know. They're buffing the get up animation. When are they giving you more than 2 item slots? That's what I want to know. Oh. Not been the greatest fire giant. I mean, it's been okay. Good enough. Probably save a foul foot for like Moog. Yeah, we're gonna do the DLC. I could go get the gold scarab. I was thinking of grabbing it. I feel like it's kind of unnecessary. I could get it though.
This world and death, are you to commit? Very let my hand.
We should probably just do Godskin Duo so we can max out our smithing weapons. Did I grab Stormcaller? No, I don't have Stormcaller. Is that good? Oh, I think that's the scarab, like, right next to, Godrick, right?
O Erdtree, you shall burn.
Yeah, I mean, Spinning Strike seems nice. It just also it seems kind of annoying to have to go get that.
burn for the sake of the new lord.
Back to being maidenless. True. I kind of wish Melina had more, like, interactions
Thank
in the
you
game.
for guiding me here. The one who walks alongside flame
Yeah, I mean, there's the frenzy ending, but it just makes her hate you.
shall one day meet the road of destined death. Goodbye.
Yeah, there's lots of dialogue in almost every church. That's not true. It's not every church. There's like 3 locations in the game. What's my opinion on Code Vein? I liked Code Vein. Thought it was alright. Does this Scythe give... The Grave Scythe gives... Death Resist? Or whatever the fuck it's called? Death Blight? I guess. Oh, it gives fit. What do you think of Wu Chang? I thought it was good. I thought they did an alright job with it. My biggest complaint about Wu Chang is that there's only 4 item slots. And the get up animation is kind of annoying as fuck. Yeah, some of the elevators are really slow too. Also, 20% of the weapons in the game are locked behind the deluxe edition. We need to go still do Radon. We should have probably done it earlier. We're gonna absolutely destroy him now. Yeah, the thong outfits are also locked behind a paywall. There's one thong outfit in the game, and you can only get it if you do an optional boss that is pretty easy to miss. Or you can just buy the deluxe edition, and then you get like 4 thongs. Or you just download a mod from Nexus. Yeah, I mean, that's also true. If you're on PC anyway. Bro, I didn't buy any cracked pots. Well, fuck it. Whatever. Okay. Whoopsies. Chat. This is not going well. All right, come on, let me attack. I want my turn. I really thought I could like straight that. I am having fun. I love this boss. Alright, it's fine. Focus. Alright, we just had to use all of our heals, guys. We got them. To be fair, Godskin Duo. I mean, if we slept them, it would have been like easy peasy. I could have exalted fleshed. Would have destroyed them, but that's okay. I forgot to buy the pots. I really wish... Oh, I'm just gonna go grab it. It's gonna drive me crazy. Any multi-hit buffs? No. We should probably get that, though. So many of the talismans in this game are just kind of a pain in the ass to get. I think successive attacks procs on the spinning weapons, yeah. Why not using Halo Scythe? I have to farm it. I'm not sure I want to. Second, this isn't even... I don't know why I'm going down here. I was thinking I was getting the whetstone knife, but I mixed it up with the other fucking room. Well, I mean, I guess we have Black Flame Blade now. I'm getting turned around. What's the next boss? I don't know. I might just go do Radon, maybe. I'm gonna go buy all the rune arcs. How many bosses left? Quite a few. Yeah, I'm glad they didn't fix that skip. That was a little too slow. Goodbye. We didn't even get to see the space type, I'm sorry. Radon will get his vengeance in the DLC chat, don't worry.
Aye, one hit after that, and as such, as luck. If I can, you know, who could expect? Just you wait.
I'm gonna go talk to him at the mountain. I want to get the good jar shard, even though this is definitely not worth the time investment. But I'm doing it anyways. Mariners are so stupid, they really are. What does this guy drop? Something like an arrow ash of war or something. I'm so curious what they're gonna do for the Night Rain DLCs. Or, well, DLC. It's just one. Night Rain is honestly a lot of fun. I was a little bit harsh on the game when it first came out, but it's kind of grown on me. Like it is fun. I definitely think Night Rain, they kind of missed the mark on some things with Night Rain, but that being said, it's still very fun. They are apparently adding a new mode, though, that sounds very interesting. They're adding like a hard... okay, I don't really know exactly how it's going to work, but people said there's going to be some sort of ranking system, and as you get higher rank, the game's going to get harder to some degree. Alright, are we done?
Good lady. What business might you have in such a place as this? I hardly think you're here to temper yourself with flame. I've been making just the thing for you on my journey here. Take it. I'm sure it'll suit you to the T.
Well, thank you.
I won't be able to temper my body such that it'll never crack again. Perhaps I'll head eastward. There's an old saying I've caught wind of. Above the lofty clouds, the icy giant's peak doth soar. Here lieth the flame of ruin, which ever burning roars.
Alright, I think I talked to him enough. Well, hopefully. But I went to the wrong place. Thought you had to summon him for Fire Giant? No. Nope, you just talk to him in Limgrave, talk to him in Radahn's arena, talk to him where I just was, and then he goes to Farum. You got the hat to progress the quest? Oh, okay. There's a few optional interactions that you can do with him, but they're not required. Like, you can lube him up in Liurnia if you want, but you don't need to. Alright, let's go. You don't need to talk to him in Limgrave too? Yeah, that's true. Because in the speedrun, we don't even talk to him there, and he just moves automatically to Radahn's arena. Where am I going? I guess we'll just go back to Farum and go get the spinning strikes. All right, Yui, I'll try it. I'm gonna go get this first, though. Revenger's Shack. I think I just need to go kill Edgar now. That needs to be the Irina thing? No, I just need to go to Castle Morn and just kill him. That's it. I just need his weapon. Honestly, Elden Ring scythes are the best. Like, not even close.
Ah, I see you finally made it here yourself.
This is what he wants, chat.
The city hanging in the air is slowly crumbling. What an incredible place we find ourselves. But that aside, I can't believe you felled that giant. It was practically a god. I doubt there's another soul out there who could have done the same. Of course, I count myself the great Alexander among many, which means I've but one thing to ask of you. Would you kindly undertake my ordeal? Come and tell me when you're ready. I've been longing to fight a warrior as accomplished as you. You are ready?
All right, let's do it.
Then let us begin. I am the great Jarl.
Damn, Alexander. You strong.
Let us become one champion together.
Don't watch, chat. Don't look.
As I suspected, victory was impossible. This vessel was found lacking. My thanks. I knew you were the stuff of champions. It was a marvelous battle. I implore you, take what I bequeath from inside me. All vessels are destined to one day break. But the great Alexander lived as a warrior to his last.
His death animation is so brutal. My god. Alright. Goodbye, Alexander. It would be cool if NPCs from like the base game went to the DLC. They had like expanded quest lines in some way. That's awkward. God damn it, dude. I jumped too far forward. And now my souls are up top. Actually, do we even want to do this skip? I kind of want to get the ancient somber stone. Okay, I have... Oh... I'm just not... I'm saying goodbye to those ruins. I don't even care. Fuck it, dude. I'm just running. That's my bad. Oh no, I wanted to do the bird skip, but then I realized I kind of want an ancient somber stone for the holy blade, the winged scythe. There are other ancient sombers we could grab. This one's just right on the way though. The Halo Scythe? Yeah. Totally. Alright, I'm gonna go get spinning strikes. Yeah, I guess this is the closest church I have. Yeah, I mean, I'll just get it so I can try it. I can put it on the other scythe. Yeah, winged scythe is probably pretty good on Gaius, true. Is it possible? Get up. How high up does this spirit spring take you? Pretty high, actually. Okay. Figured I might as well grab the church up here since I'm going this way. I've never actually gone, like, this direction. I got a little turned around. The turtle shield is so ugly. It's a turtle shell, bro. Not getting golden scarab talisman. I don't know. I mean, we could grab it. It's just... I don't know if I care enough. Kind of late for the scarab. All the bosses we have left are like pretty big bosses that drop a lot of souls. Just walk past everything. Yeah, we're on a mission, man. And our mission is to kill Edgar. Whoa. Chill, man. Hello, Edgar.
Lord Godrick.
Thank you. Alright. Is permadeath? No. Alright. Let's go. Actually, I'm gonna go do this skip. Was for the Ash of War, yeah. Yeah, the Grave Scythe is just better though. It has higher damage overall. Not by too much. Nice. First try. We can still fight Nile. I just don't want to go through the normal way. Yeah, we can get the thorny tier since it's like literally right here. Right. This is probably not worth the time. I kind of want to foul foot for Moog. Let me leave, please. I kind of want to grab the... I kind of want to get the gold scarab, but it's like... Oh, I'm curious, how long is this going to take? We're at 49 minutes. I'm going to go straight there. My guess is this takes like 4 minutes to get. Would it be faster to go from Millicent's church? I don't think so. Yeah, my splits got reset because my PC crashed earlier today. Love the split numbers. Yeah, but that's not the issue. The numbers are not the issue. The problem is I can't... The splits just aren't going to display properly because they need to be restarted. Took about 3 minutes to get here. Not too bad. Time to kill him in half a second. Oh. Oh. Damn, this guy's going in. You know, okay, I really don't want to die here. Alright, guys, will you fucking all chill out, please? Just, alright, I'll just spam R1. I'm sorry. Sorry for trying to use my weapon art. I'm used to like just poising through everything, honestly. Okay. Alright, we can go do Moog, I guess. I don't think I'm gonna do DLC yet. I'm probably gonna try to clear most of the main game before I go to the DLC. Am I doing Ordina the intended way? What do you think? Hell no. If that was on old patch, I would have gotten one shot. Oh, oops. White mask. Yeah, I mean it would be good, but I don't know if I care enough to get the to get it though. No skip. The skip here only saves like 10 seconds. Yeah, I'm gonna try the other Ash of War. I guess we should probably put on the gravesite though. Yo, what's up, Noobist? I don't know if I should I guess quality is still best. Go cold. Could do cold. Then I can't buff it with Blood Flame Blade. Oh yeah, the golden seed. I wasn't even gonna go over this way, but... It is strange that this golden seed is only here if you don't get the other one. I hate how long you get stuck in combat in this game, though. It fucking drives me crazy, dude. You can get both. Yeah, technically you can get both if you don't... actually, can you? I don't know. I think you're right. I'm not sure we even need that. Alright, spinning strikes. Here we go. Hello. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the last game. What you up to? Okay. Yeah, we're gonna do DLC. We still got a lot of this run left, though. There's still so many side remembrance bosses we gotta do. Still have Rykard, Moose, Fortisax, Estelle.
Dearest Mikola. You must abide alone a while. Welcome, honored guest, to the birthplace of our dynasty.
Where the hell are you going? Jesus, it takes so long to pop that.
I can see it. As clear as day. The coming of our dynasty.
Goodbye. Oh. I don't know if I should be going for quality or not. I mean, if I'm getting a ton of levels, I feel like I might as well go quality. That's gonna be the best, but... okay. Let's go do some of the side bosses. Let's go, I'm not sure which which is closer to the crater. The third church might have been. I just figured I'm gonna end up so high level in this run, Yui, that... I mean, right now, I guess, yeah, it might have been better just to go, like, only heavy, but... I mean, because I already have... I'm already at 45, 45. Multi-hidden Lord of Bloods. Yeah, we could get Lord of Bloods Talisman. I'm not sure I'm gonna bother with Millicent's quest. Yeah, third church would have definitely been better to teleport to. That's okay though. I don't think it's that big of a difference. And I'm excited to get back to the DLC though. It's been so long since I've actually done the DLC. Like genuinely, the last time I played the DLC was when, I don't know, probably during the Ruin Level 1 bounty or around that time. Yeah, I could get the regular one in Liurnia. Was it during the last marathon? Yeah, I get maybe. I'm not sure. I guess during the wood only marathon. Yeah, we did wooden weapons only. Iron Jar Aromatic, yeah, for sure. There's so many busted builds in this game. We still need to get an ancient smithing stone. I guess we could get the one by Fire Giant. Yeah, we could try to go for occult. I don't know, is that actually better though? Is there really even a point? Yeah, you can't buff, but I mean, you do get more bleed. I just... Honestly, I feel like our damage is fine. I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, it's good if you want to cast spells. But we're not using spells, so... Also, there's like a crazy new skip that you can do here. I don't know how to do it, otherwise I would. You can like get on this statue and then drop down. You gotta do some like weird tree jump though. Honestly, going this way isn't too bad. You just jump on this wall here. I've seen it before, Hyperion. I mean, not for a bit, but yeah, I've seen it before. Okay, this guy's going crazy. Where's he even going? Hey, Zero Clue, thank you for the 11 months. And jump to the wall and jump to the statue? Oh, okay. I think I know what you're talking about. I'm pretty sure I saw the video for that too. Is there a wet blade? Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna grab it though. I don't think we need that wet blade. My God. Compare that to the Frito weapon art. I know, right? Yeah, I was using spinning weapon before. We switched to spinning strikes because Yui wanted me to. It's pretty. I mean, spinning. I feel like they're both pretty equal. They're both good. Oh man, it does kind of lock you into the animation for a while though. Yeah, the follow-up is good. I haven't really been using that. I'm too greedy. Should try spinning weapon. Mm-hmm. Oh, whoops. Don't do it. Don't do what? It's like a bunch of pop-up ads. Oops. I'm done, I'm done. Okay, I'm sorry. Oh yeah, somebody found a skip, by the way, to break Godrick's AI. Not that you really need to do that, but if you have the Briar armor on, any piece of Briar armor, you don't break stuff when you jump into it. Very weird interaction, but you can like jump on any type of breakable stuff without actually breaking it. Do you have Briar armor on? Changes your hitbox in some way. Come on, get into the blender. Oh. Oh, right. Did a lot of damage. Only problem is you don't really get poised during this. It is really easy to get. Easy to get interrupted out of it. I hate these skulls so much. Alright, okay, that was fucking dirty. Oh, I'm online. I've got these weird fuckers. Alright, let's try again. Man, we have so many souls. You know, I was just, dude, holy shit, these combos, man. Like, I can't dodge. I'm just getting straight up full comboed. I shouldn't have went for that, but I saw the opportunity to hit both of them and I was like, I gotta take it. I'm so greedy, man. Fuck's sakes. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna take this Sword Seal off and put on the Dragon Crest. No, I'm not playing against real people, but I'm playing against other players' builds. Holy shit. Okay, I don't know if I want to like fuck around with the weapon art or not. Okay, dude. Bloody slash. And that guy's... Oh, that's great. Okay, dude. Fuck off. Stop spamming, bro. Come on, man. Bleed. Please. Okay, that... Yep. I'm having fun. This is fun. Alright, I'm trying my best not to get greedy, chat. I'm really am. This is like my least favorite fight in the game, I gotta say. It's so bad. That's what I tried doing, Yui, and then they comboed me. They fucking beat my ass.
Ah, I knew you. What is it to deny like the dog? I see.
Oh.
I knew you. What is it to deny like the dog? You, I am the guy cool, yet you. When the first God wins, but there is, and I'm before that. When but another, and I must before that. My hand, will you still? When but another, and I must before that.
Okay. Oops. Yeah, I should have tried Stormcaller there, true. I don't know if I've ever really used that much.
Ah, not blood. Even in my... It is in thy... My thanks soon must... Ah. My... A strange... I am so... I must thank you, may... It was but...
No fucking way, man. Oh. We have plenty of rune arcs. It's alright. Can farm them from rats. Yeah, no thanks. We have 15. That should be enough. You know, I'm still curious how rare the piss fog weather is. There's like a weather effect that you can get in Liurnia, or maybe in multiple places, I don't know, where you get like this yellow fog that actually makes it super fucking hard to see anything. Okay, I did not expect that roll to just fucking barely go off the ledge. Yeah, it was a baby roll. Not my fault. Oh my god. Okay, alright, that was my fault. Oh, I need a fucking drink. Wow, we did it. Clean. Alright, you know what? When we're going, I'm gonna go get a drink after, yeah, I can actually use Torn here. I'm gonna go get a drink when we get on the elevator here. I'm feeling parched. I'm trying to think like what bosses we have left. We have Rykard, Estelle, Fortisax. And then like, I guess just all the endgame bosses. Oh yeah, and Millennia, yeah. We're not too far off from the DLC. Okay, I'm gonna go get a drink. I'll be right back. I never did Cleric Beast in Bloodborne. I did. You just missed it. Hey Dev, thank you for the 2-year resub. Thank you for the 5 months niche.
This, how did you my with this and claim you and though I can I hope I and it with a new life as the rulees brandished stay that I become.
Yeah, I have a VOD channel.
I choose and I will in it. What great. This that I choose and
Oh,
I will
I think I
will in it.
fucked
What
up.
great.
Well, I mean, it's fine. It's just... I think I missed one line of dialogue. Alright, there we go. It's weird. There's like a cutscene you can skip here, but it's not. It's just a black screen. Very strange. Pretty good damage, honestly. I wish Fortisax was harder. Like, or I don't know, just by the time you do Fortisax in the run, you're just always so strong. Oh, that's not where I wanted to go. Really? You're meant to fight him right after Morgott. Yeah. But I just feel like most people casually don't. You know, like you're not... I was zoning out where I wanted to go. I'm so sad they fixed the skip to Estelle though. That was like the best skip in the game. You could do the stake skip to the Moonlight Altar and then jump through his fog gate from behind. Saved like this entire run. Saved like fucking 5 minutes. So good. This DLC? No, not yet. I'm just clearing out some side stuff in the base game before I go to the DLC. What ending are we doing? Probably just the normal ending. Not really too... I don't really care too much about the ending. You won't finish all bosses today? Oh, I'll definitely finish it. I mean, it's gonna be a long stream though. We still have like hours left. The fucking DLC is gonna take... I haven't done the DLC in months. So... I mean, I do remember how to get through the DLC, of course, but... some fights might take a little while. I'm definitely a bit rusty. Ronnie better be normal ending. I mean, we could do Ronnie's ending, but we'd have to... I mean, we could technically do Ronnie's ending, I guess. It's not that much work. We have Abyssal Wood Skip to save some time. Oh my god, where the fuck am I going? Yeah, Abyssal Wood Skip is... We're not gonna do Abyssal Wood Skip. I don't even know how to do sleepwalking on, The thing about sleepwalking is you need to find setups for very... Like, the setup that you use for sleepwalking depends on your resistances. If you level up, your resistances go up. So... Actually kind of a fucking nightmare. No, it's all good, Yui. I mean, you're not... It's not like this is my first playthrough. I've played the games a million times like you have, so... All good. I'm so sad I can't zip across the lake anymore. Didn't you have to talk to Miniature Ronnie? Yeah, I already kind of forgot to do that, so... Also, little bit of information. I've said this many times in my streams. I'm sure a lot of you guys already know this, but there's two different types of rot in this game. As you can see, I'm not really taking that much damage because if you get rotted by the water, it actually does more damage than if you get rotted by buildup on your clothing. So if you like roll around in the swamp and then jump out and let the rot build up on your body instead and then proc like that, it'll do half damage. Helps a little bit for this area. I mean, you could also just use Flame Cleanse Me, of course, but... What's up, Bubbles? That's actually insane how much damage that... My god, that's actually crazy. I don't even have, like, jump attack talisman either. It's doing like 1500 per jump attack. And I mean, I'm not even optimizing damage that much. I could also go get Flame Grant Me Strength, even. Kinda crazy. Oh, the normal sight. Oh, shit. You know what? Whatever. The scythe on my left hand isn't even, quality right now. Would have been doing even more damage. Man, that's actually insane, dude. Scythes are crazy. Like, 1600 damage with the jump attack, and I don't even have... I mean, I'm not using Flame Grant Me Strength. I don't have jump attack. I mean, I have the Black Raptor chest piece. We could have been doing like nearly 2000 damage per jump attack there. It's actually insane how OP scythes are in this game compared to all the other ones. I felt like scythes in DS3 were kind of bad. DS2... I mean, DS1 was good. Great Scythe in DS1 was pretty fucking good. I would say Elden Ring is like the best, and then probably DS1. Bloodborne's okay as well. I mean, Bloodborne is cool. I'm just sad that there's no Charge R2 follow-up in Bloodborne. I think that's like one of my favorite things in Bloodborne is if a weapon has a Charge R2 follow-up, and some of them just don't. Which kind of sucks, because the thing is, if a weapon has a Charge R2 follow-up in Bloodborne, you can backstab and then follow up to get like insane damage on the backstab during the counter window. I mean, Saw Cleaver doesn't have a follow-up, but it can basically just... It's so fast that it can basically be chained, so it doesn't really matter. Alright, Placidus Axe. We could also have Lord of Blood's Exaltation. Okay, the AoE on this is bigger than I remember, chat. Well, let's just try again, shall we? That was, you know what? Fine. It's fine. I fucked up really badly there. It's been so long since I've fought Placidus Sax. That was not good. I just want to hit him with the spinning strikes, man. I think spinning weapon would probably be better here. Alright. Take two. Dude, what is that? Is there like a bug with the scythe where it hits twice? I think some people were saying that, right? I'm so bad. I'm so bad. I knew he was gonna. You know, the funny thing is, I'm like 99% sure I could have just healed there and just face tanked it, but I didn't want to heal. Okay. All right, focus up. Yeah, I'm just trying to help you guys feel better about your own gameplay. Yeah, you're welcome. Shut the fuck up. Okay. We already have Ella for that. Ella out here catching strays, dude. Okay, guys. No more goofing around. Seriously. Oh, come on, dude. Ugh. You fucking piece of shit. so hard to... If we staggered him, like, we could definitely kill him. I'm not sure how realistic it would be to actually stagger him. Oh, that's perfect. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus, chat. Oh, I fucked up. I fucked up. I fucked up, chat! Oh! I got greedy, man. But it's okay. Oh, God. This run is not going great. Well, you know what? It's been okay. That's definitely been like one of the rougher parts so far. I'm gonna get some more health. We're gonna need it for the DLC. Can we try Stormcaller? I don't think Stormcaller is... I think it's just good against NPCs. Hey, Mega Marino, thank you for the raid, man. Sorry. Made of paper.
The rune of death is unbound. And the lands between are shrouded by death's dark fate. But the flames will also burn the impenetrable thorns. Farewell it is then. You'll be Elden Lord yet.
Thank you, Pika. No, we haven't done Millennia yet. We still have to do Rykard and Millennia, but that's all we have left in base game, apart from the Ashen Capital bosses. I'll go fight Gideon. But we could save Horalu and Radagon and Elden Beast for the end. Is it possible to one-shot Malekith and not trigger a second phase? I think so, yeah. Save them for Obsidian Lamina. Yeah, we could, Do you have to do his quest to get the Scythe, or do you just need to, like... I don't remember how it all works. Like, can I just skip his quest and still get it? You played Night Rain for the first time yesterday. Yo, what's up, Bomb? Oh shit. Chill, man. Were you playing with anyone, Flom, or were you just playing like with random? Or were you doing solo? You're playing with Eli? You've never played any Souls game, oh shit. How did you like it? Game's easy, not sure what the big deal is. Don't ask how many times I died. What class were you playing? Yeah, it's interesting to think there's some people, well, I mean, you know, Flom included, who are gonna have Night Rain as like their first Souls game. You played Raider? Nice. Yeah, it's a really good class. Shit. Alright. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, man. Yeah, it was fun doing the BF6 event with you guys. Yeah, you should play Elden Ring sometime. That'd be fun to see. I'm gonna go do Rykard. Playing CS2 when I've been tempted to play a bit of CS. I've streamed CS just a few times on my stream. But it's funny because I've played the game so much. Back in the day though, I'm so washed up at FPS games. More than Souls games? Okay. Alright, man. Oh, this is gonna take so long to die. Yeah, grab. Oh, perfect. It might not be enough, chat. Oh. Are you fucking kidding me? Had like 1 health left. Happy birthday. You're about a month too late. It's someone's birthday here today, probably. I mean, the odds are pretty likely, I would say. Well, then again, you know, like, if it's somebody's birthday, maybe they're less likely to be on Twitch, potentially, but... Well. Oh, this is perfect. Thank you. My dude, the damage, man. My god. You just made someone feel real bad. Bro, I'm not... I've spent every single one of my birthdays, like, watching Twitch. It's not... I don't mean it like that. I just... People are generally going to be more busy on their birthday. So, like, they're less likely to be on Twitch. You know what I mean? It's fair to say. This is your job? Yeah, but it's not my job to watch streamers. That's your job? Yeah. What's up, Salad? Yo, what's up, Spike? Yeah, I know, man. Night Rain has spoiled us all. You know, it might have been better for me to go Frostbite here. This might not go great. Dad, I'm kind of regretting this decision. Alright, I think we just spammed the power stance jump. Holy shit! This boss is so fun to do. Oh yeah, that's the DPS, baby. Oh, that is so efficient, actually. Holy shit. Oh, perfect timing. Dude, why are power stance jump attacks with the Scythe so fucking insane? This will break a lot of quests. I'm not trying to do all the quests, man.
Very well.
Yeah, this cutscene in particular is kind of buggy. I don't think they're ever gonna fix it.
Join myself and King as remedy. Together we will devour the very god.
Maybe it might work fine on console, I'm not sure actually. Alright, we got the Baldekin's Blessing, chat. We can actually hit him with the spinning strikes. I don't even know if the spinning strikes are better. This fight is so terrible without the Storm Ruler. But if I use the fucking Storm Ruler or the Serpent Hunter, people are gonna complain, so whatever. Oh my gosh. Dude, sometimes the Scythe, yeah, it like double hits. It's so crazy. My God. You know what? I'm gonna go get the jump attack boost. You made that look easier than with the storm the storm ruler. Yeah. I mean, you can, if you stand next to him, there's only like one attack he can do that hits you. Luckily, they made it so the lava doesn't do any damage. I still think it kind of sucks, though, that it's just so, it's so awkward to fight him without using the Serpent Hunter. It's like the same with the new Everdark Augur. You can't even, like, you have to use... Well, you don't have to, but you basically have to use the weapon they give you. Please let me up. Oh my gosh. God, why is there no Homeward Bone in this fucking game? Drives me crazy, man. Because fuck you. Oh, that was terrible. First try skip. Not quite. Not quite. The skip is BS. Okay. It doesn't even take that long to do the town. That doesn't mean I don't want to do the skip, though, just to clarify. Come on, man. Nah, well, so they fixed it, but there's a new way of doing it. The FromSoft classic. There's an invisible wall, but you can barely jump over it if you jump, like, perfectly. Yeah, this is on current patch. You know, I was worried when the DLC... Oh my gosh, I don't know why I didn't roll that. I was worried when the DLC came out that they would just fix all the skips that we have in the base game, but luckily they didn't. Alright, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna regret this, but... Oh shit, where'd he go? Should have been looking at. This skip is like super not worth it. Also, I'm fat right now. Oh shit. Nice. Yo, Chem, thank you so much for the raid, man. What's going on, everybody? Chemist loves me. Oh, I love Chemist too. Dude, what the fuck is this damage, though? Like, why does it hit so... You don't even know him? How do you know that? Maybe I do know him. Maybe we're best friends. You don't know. You don't know me. Yeah, thanks for the raid though, Chemist. What was Chemist doing today? You only have 12 endurance. Yeah, I don't really feel like you need endurance that much in this game. You were learning Dark Souls Remastered? Oh, nice. Remember the bounty days? Yeah, the bounty was a lot of fun. I think it only took us like 5 minutes to get the grave scythe. Did not take very long. Yeah, you can still do the skip to Radon. Hello, Toxtor. Yeah, they're both quality. You can see it on like the weapon icon in the bottom left. The helmet gives me faith. Alright, now that we are here, I'm going to give you guys all blue balls, and we're gonna not do Millennia. I just wanted the talisman. The DLC. I kind of want to use Ansbach's Scythe for Millennia. The thing is, okay, I need to like, how do I get Ansbach's Scythe, chat? Because do I have, like, what are the steps? I should probably look it up, right? Yeah, but I don't remember what his whole quest is. Jeez. You want to be overleveled because you're scared of Millennia? Oh, okay, dude. I do want to get the deflect here, though, in this run. Oh, shit. Have I already done Bloodborne? Yeah, this is the last game. You hold L2. Yeah, but guard counters are fun. And I kind of... I mean, I don't know if I've tried guard counters with the Scythes, so I kind of want to try them. For the hell of it. No Night Rain after? No, we're not doing Night Rain. Maybe if there was a class that started with the Scythe or something, but there's not. Do I have the guard counter talisman? Nope. I could grab it. It's not that big of a deal, though. Is there a Scythe in Night Rain? I feel like there should be, unless they just excluded that weapon class for some reason. Probably should have done the skip, actually. I guess this gets me an extra Erdtree fragment. I just wish each run of Night Rain didn't take so long. I mean, Night Rain would still be shorter than Elden Ring, but... Thing is, if you die to a boss, it, like... You definitely don't want to have any deaths in Night Rain. Will Consort Radon be difficult? Might take me a few tries. We'll see. Oh, is that because my weapon is, like, over my shoulder or something? I don't know. It didn't let me jump. Hopefully I remember how to do this. It's been a while. Good enough. We zip to her down. They fixed zips, actually. How good is Scythe in Elden Ring? It's actually kind of insane. The frickin' jump attack... Power stance jump attacks are disgusting. How many Skadu snacks do I need? I mean, we're gonna pick up a fair bit of them. These golden horn tenders are like stronger foulfoots, by the way. I think they give 30% extra souls. Quite a lot. 0 Skadu. Well, we already started leveling up our Skadu, but honestly, dude, I'm too rusty at the DLC to want to do this 0 Skadu at the moment. Did I miss one of the pots? Yeah, it's right here. Is there 2 in this area or 3? I could have sworn I thought there was one more somewhere. Maybe not. Did you see the one hefty pot kill in the furnace? Oh yeah, don't you just have to like look away from them when you throw it and they just like instantly die or something? There's a spirit below, but isn't that for like summons? Oh my gosh, I'm so surprised that didn't hit me. That's kind of crazy.
Where I am, it is an inland seeing that allow me to.
Okay, that's all we need, I believe.
Said one's fate. I only wish to help them and not miss you are of.
Wait a second. I missed the Erdtree fragment. Yeah, I already got a drink. I appreciate your concern, though. I'm good. Okay, hold on. I need to... Okay, how do you do Sir Ansbach's quest? Oh, fuck. We might have already messed it up. All you need to do is give him the scroll. Okay.
Must be that I am Ans, but now like Margit. Yeah, kindly make the fog and fall. Once I challenged, I knew not. I believed that I could not have Mikola the cure. There is nothing. Right, I am righteous. I am.
Okay. Oh wait, we didn't... We don't want the fire pot, we want the furnace pot. Did I miss the map? I'm gonna grab it just cause. Oh, I missed this. This is what we wanted. We need those fireflies. And I think we can kill the pot guy with just... one furnace pot, if we do it right. I'm gonna go do the hippo, I think. Not sure why I'm grabbing that. Five? What the? What is happening? 6,000 damage? Hello? Alright, dude, is there like... I swear, like, something is bugged with the Scythe. Why the fuck does it do so much damage? 6,000 damage? What? I mean, I know I had 5 Skadu, but... Hippo's weak to slash. Yeah, but I still just feel like that damage is absurd. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not remembering well enough. Could have done 0 Skadu, yeah, maybe. Maybe, honestly. I don't understand how it's even... how the damage is that high. I mean, I've got a lot of damage buffs, don't get me wrong, but I just... that seems like obscenely high. I mean, I don't even have Flame grant me strength. I think there is some sort of bug where the scythes just hit twice. You get like a double jump attack with them for some reason. Oh shit. Jump, you bitch! Oh, why don't you jump? Bro, chill. I jumped, man. Is this the best FromSoft DLC? I would say so, yeah. I mean, just in terms of, like, the sheer amount of content. I mean, they had to make the DLC for this game big, though, chat. Like, given the scope of base game Elden Ring, like, imagine they release the DLC and it's fucking 3 bosses and people finish it in an hour. It's like a fucking Ashes of Ariandel. Which, don't get me wrong, those DLCs are fine, given the scope of those games, but... I mean, it makes sense. Yeah, I wish we got more cutscenes. Because base game Elden Ring has so many cutscenes for so many bosses, and then... there's barely any in this game. What is it? Just for... you? I think there's just a cutscene for... it's like Midra, Lion, and... ECR. I think I've only fought the new Prime Consort Radahn like 1 time, by the way, chat. Oh, and Mesmer, yeah. Mesmer, of course. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's fair. I don't know. I've said... I think everything I just said I've said before. I've gone through this same exact thought process. Don't get the big deal about cutscenes. I don't know, they just kind of hype you up to do the boss more, in my opinion. Yeah, Bale's intro is cool. He doesn't really need a cutscene. Get this scroll from the keep. I think that's up here though, isn't it? Or actually, I don't... maybe not. I could probably get there from here. I can't say I remember exactly where the scroll is. I think it's more on the more on the bottom level, right? And fudge up this quest here? I don't know if that's correct. I don't know where I am, man. This is 7th floor, okay. Yeah, I should have went to the back entrance. It's been so long since I've done this. I don't remember where this is at all. Over here. Where we get the beast horns. Chad, I'm so fucking lost. Oh, this is painful. On the ground floor? Dude, I don't know. I don't know where it is. The problem is I don't know what the 4th floor site of grace even is either. I'm not having a good time right now, chat. I don't know where to go. I just don't fucking know where to go. I have no idea. This is the 1st floor. The dude outside who shoots wrath from afar. Oh wait, maybe I know. But I don't... I'm so incredibly confused. I think I need to just teleport back up, chat. I don't even know how to get up. Can you even get it? You could go up before you pull. Oh, it's because I pulled the lever. Right. Okay. Oh my god. Oh. I'm pretty sure quitting out. I don't know if quitting out resets it. Oh. Okay. Oh my god. Yo, Hob. Thank you so much for the raid. What's going on, guys? Okay, wait, is that it's here then, right? Or wait, no. No, this is too... Okay, well, at this point we're just gonna go grab the mess. No, this is too high. Hob, I'm so fucking rusty at this DLC, dude. This is terrible. Jesus. Okay. 7th floor. I know where we need to go, but I'm confused as to how to get there. It's the grace that you get onto like halfway down. But the problem is the lever. Can I go pull the lever again? Can I go from up top? Oh, I can do the wait, can I do the skip? The hand skip? God, I'm fucking losing my mind! How do I fucking get there, bro? I am not having fun! I've already gone through the that Go up now? This is not where I need to go, though. I need to go... Okay, I need to go over there. There. From the outside? I don't know, man. It's just been so long since I've gone through this area, and the last time I speedran this game, I specifically skipped the entire, this entire area. And I'm just, now that I moved the elevator, I just don't, my brain, I just can't, I can't connect the pieces. Like, I don't know how to get to where I need to go. I know where it is, but I don't know how to get there, because if how the fuck do you get there without the elevator? I don't know. I don't know, man. I honestly might just skip Ansbach's Scythe at this point, chat. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know where to go. I feel like my brain is melting. Hey, Nighthawk, thanks for the $10. The thing is, I already Googled it. It's just... People are saying you can go from the path to Mesmer, but I don't... This is triggering me so fucking incredibly hard, though. I'm so fucking annoyed right now. I guess maybe I need to drop down here. Uh-huh. Okay. So it's out. Oh, wait, I think I remember where it is. Oh my god, we did it! Thanks for the 20 bucks, Nighthawk. Oh gosh, I'm sorry guys. Normally I feel like I'm so in control and like I know what I'm doing, so it's so painful for me when I don't know what I'm doing. Wait, is he not? Oh yeah, he is here.
Right, just after but there was one so. It appears he's been taken. Surely after fate I do any. What the implicate? Well, yes, even the as if he plans he has. Beggars, I'm afraid one thing. Right, you have given me, but I can hard. I am a walk.
So it says continue Lada's questline, but do I need to do anything else now, chat? Like I think we're basically good now, right? Do millennia. I don't know what boss I want to do first. Maybe I'll go kill Ancient Dragon Man. Don't you need to fight Leda? Yeah, but that's... I mean, you have to do that.
Horror. Please. Savage me no further. Please spare me. Please spare me.
Game sound is low. I've been playing for 6 hours. Okay. I'm gonna try not to get one guide. If it's too quiet, please let me know, chat. I mean, if it is too quiet, I'll turn it up. Just... When I see somebody say that, I'm... I'm a little doubtful. Alright, relax, man. Spinning strikes is so much. It's so good for NPCs. Nice little ride with Torrent for 10 minutes on the way to Putrescent Night. Hold on, I'm gonna go upgrade the winged scythe to +10. I think I forgot to upgrade it before. Yo, what's up, Zeke? And so what was Hob doing tonight, by the way? Was he doing more DS2 rando? Hey, Classy Banana. Thank you for the 32 months. Sorry I'm yawning a lot, chat. Been, I don't know how long we've been streaming today now. I think like 10 or 11 hours. Not too bad, but... I am starting to get a little tired. Surely fighting Prime Consort Radon 12 hours into my stream will go perfectly. Have I speedran Lies P? I have, yeah. Hey, Christian, thank you for the Prime sub, dude. Thank you very much, man. It's my favorite Souls game, probably Elden Ring at this point. I just wish I wish you could get around the map in Elden Ring faster. I wish there was like more teleporters to get around the map, or I wish they gave you... I think it would have been cool if they gave you a consumable to make Torrent go faster. I know that's like the speedrunner in me talking, but... I don't know. With how much you need to use Torrent, something like that would have been kind of nice. We just want to go fast, yeah. What's faster, Torrent or Night Rain running? I think Torrent is faster than the Night Rain run. You got zipping and you still want to go faster. Hey, they patched zips. I never said the game was horrible for replayability. Maybe you're responding to somebody in chat, but... I mean, compared to the other Souls games, yeah, this game is pretty slow paced for replays, but doesn't mean it's bad. How many frickin' Scadu do we have? Holy. Okay, I don't know, I kind of feel... Maybe we should have just done one Scadu per boss. It's okay, though. I mean, the bosses are gonna die super fast either way. It doesn't really make a difference. Oh yeah, we need to get the deflect here though. Honestly, the damage isn't that good. Probably would be better just power stancing. He's actually still hitting pretty hard, man. I'm kind of surprised. You can absolutely obliterate this guy on rune level 1 if you use the sunflower. Alright. The sunflower is such a fun weapon, actually. Alright, let's go do the sunflower. It's actually insane how many different weapons you can use at level 1 in this game. Man, this elevator's fucking long. Milady was your favorite for rune level 1. Yeah, Milady is good. I think Sword Lance, well, Sword Lance, Great Katana, and Sunflower are like the 3 best weapons. Well, and the Anvil. The Anvil is actually really good too. Anvil's fucking crazy. No Starfist. Well, I'm talking about DLC weapons in particular. Yeah, Bloodfiend's arm is good. Yeah, Falx was... Yeah, that's true. Falx was really good as well. There's a lot of really good weapons in the DLC. Oh, and the claws. The claws of night. Oh, whoops. Yeah, see, that was a double hit there. Dude, that's so crazy. It happens so often with the Scythes. There's just something like bugged with their... Oh shit, I messed that up. Oh god. Okay. I messed that up big time. Oops. I'm so greedy! I really thought I could just finish him there, dude. What the fuck, man? Oh. Okay, you know what? This gives me a chance to do this better anyways. It's okay. That's fine. No problem. Greed is good. Ooh, the double hit. Oh, come on, man. Alright, he's gonna do the follow-up, remember. Oh, wait, what? Or not. What the fuck is going on? The DLC added one new Scythe, which we are going to try to get. We should probably go do Gaius. We need to get Gaius's... Doublehead is carrying me. Okay, dude. Ansbach's questline's annoying. Well, we're basically already done with it. Okay, you know what? Before I forget, let's go. Let's go get the deflect physic. I don't want to mess around with that. I mean, Ansbach's quest was easy. I just got confused. Kind of screwed myself over. All right, here we go, guys. That's not good. Okay. All right, we got one more attempt. Otherwise, we're just gonna have to kill him legit. Which honestly is not that bad. But this is cooler, so... I'm so lucky that I didn't get hit by that. The last one did... Oh, man. Well, we got him. I have no idea what guard counters are like with with scythes, but we're gonna find out. Not very good. Like, look at... It's so... Why are scythes so broken, bro? Dude, that is absurd. Okay, that's my bad. I'm just like in shock. They double hit so much. Yeah, it's the jump attack. It hits twice. Like but it happens. It's not even rare. It happens like so much. Yeah, I'm not really sure what causes the double hits, but... Dang. Oh, I didn't have a ritual sword on. Yeah, I mean... Power stance jump is easily just the best. Like, it's not even close. Ritual sword is pretty awful. It's pretty... I don't know about awful. It's still pretty good. You have 50 vigor, you made the assumption you're gonna get hit. Yeah, I mean, I'm not... Like, if I got some time to practice and stuff, I could definitely, definitely do with less. I'm too rusty for that right now, though. What's the highest Scotto you can get? 20. Yeah, I gotta say though, chat, guard counters are not it with this weapon. Did I finish the quest? I mean, I think the quest is basically done. We just have to do the Leda fight. What's the soft cap? I think like 13 is when it starts to taper off. Like 12 or 13. And could you imagine if they added a physic that boosted jump attack damage? Missed me. What's the point of the attack if it can miss? Well, it was just because of the terrain that it missed. Unalloyed Millennia at Rune level 1. I would rather just do it with a normal character, because that's how it's intended. I think it's hard enough as it is, even with the normal character. Rune level 1, you're basically just doing it hitless. Hey, Jungler, thank you for the 8 months. Yeah, I mean, I'm good at fighting normal Millennia, but I'm not good at fighting a completely modified, super difficult Uber Millennia. And if I was, I mean, I don't know why I'm even entertaining your idea so much, but even if I was fighting her, like, one of the worst ways to learn a boss fight is to do it at level 1, in my opinion. Like, yeah, level 1 will force you to get good at a boss fight, but you're also dying so much more. If you want to get good at a boss fight, you're better off just doing it with an unupgraded weapon. Hey, Adamaria, thank you for the 27 months. You were just making a suggestion. Yeah, I know. It's just doing. I'm just saying, doing it at Rune level 1 would not be fun. There's a skip we can do there, but I don't remember exactly where to do it, so I'm gonna do the skip instead. You can get 13 Scadu without ever touching a boss. Yeah, I mean, they wanted you to be able to get powerful by exploring, which, I mean, that's kind of the nature of Elden Ring. Except in the DLC, they needed to make it, you know, your power increase via the Erdtree fragments, since your weapons are already maxed. And a lot of people are coming in with, like, high-level builds, so... Okay, yep, just do the weapon art like 7 times in a row. That's great. Hold on, this is a good deflect fight, actually. I'm fucking cooked at this rate, chat. Wait, actually, why am I not just spinning strike? Actually, can I spinning strike him? I don't think I can. This is a good deflect fight, immediately dies. Well, it might not be that good of a deflect fight with the Scythe, because I think this thing has pretty bad, like, physical deflect. Why do I not? What? Oh my god, it's... Oh, it's not fast enough, man. It's so bad. God damn it, dude. I can't punish the weed cutter. My fucking guard counter's too slow. I'm regretting trying to fight this boss at the moment, chat. There we go. I mean, I've been interested in the unalloyed mod, but suggesting I do it at Ruin level 1 is a bit silly, because the mod is literally built... You're meant to fight the boss with a fully leveled character. Like, the boss is meant to be hard as fuck. All I'm saying is doing it at rune level 1 is stupid. Maybe after you've already killed it once, but... Thought it would be too easy for you. I don't think Unalloyed Millennia is very easy. Also, it's a completely different fight. Like, I know how to fight normal Millennia. I do not know how to fight Unalloyed Millennia because it's a different fight. She does completely different things. She has new phases, new moves, new combos, completely different AI logic. That's fun. It's fun when you don't die in one hit. Okay, guys, sorry. I'm gonna stop talking about this because I feel like I'm just repeating myself and somehow, yeah, I'm done. Yeah, I know you didn't mean anything by Mufasa. That's... Leave it at that, man. I've made my point. Yeah, I probably should have rested at the Grace. It's really easy to run through this area. Actually, like, super consistent. Do I plan to continue Reforged? Maybe. I don't know. Reforged is okay. I'm not really that in love with the mod, to tell you the truth. Okay. Bleed proc. Oh, and we jumped that? Oh, that was sick. Woo! Brute force it down. Some base game bosses left. Yeah, we still have Millennia left. A few others. Had a heart attack with Torrent. Come on, Torrent, let's go, buddy. Torrent! No. I still cannot believe that, like, a full, complete Abyssal Wood skip was found. Like, that, the frickin'... The final iteration of the Abyssal Wood skip was actually insane. And no, it wasn't found by me. It was like some Chinese dude, I think, who found it. It's actually a fucking... I have no idea how that dude found it. There is like a very specific spot that you can fall while on Torrent, and you'll trigger, there's a Skadu fragment over there. I don't know if I'm gonna bother though. You could fall directly onto like Midra's mansion from out of bounds. And then from there, you could survive the fall and you like land on frickin' Midra's mansion. And then you can kill Midra through a wall and like teleport into the fight. I think that skip saved 10 minutes or something like that. Actually insane. Hey, Lejay Chen, thank you for the Prime sub. No, I don't think it's like data mining. There really isn't any way to like test stuff, or you really just have to kind of figure some things out through trial and repetition. That's where you can do the skip. There we go. Is it close to being done? Yeah, fairly. We're making pretty good progress, honestly. We still have a fair bit of bosses left, but... No, we didn't do Bale yet. I normally do Bale, like, kind of at the end of the run, because he's really fucking tanky. Does a lot of damage. No golden horns. There he is, Garbo. Yeah, I don't know. I like the Abyssal Woods, and I mean, from like a lore perspective, I guess it makes sense why it's kind of empty, but I do wish there was a bit more. I do think Midra's mansion is nice, though. Cool place. Nobody said you're an asshole, Mufasa. All I said was that doing Millennia at rune level 1 is stupid. Well, unalloyed Millennia. That's it, man. Maybe you're talking to somebody. I don't know. Yeah, we did Bloodborne. Yeah, I saw the Night Rain leak. Seems cool. Are you on pace for any records? Yeah, this is world record pace for Scythe only. It's nobody's done this. Easy world record. No. I did not mean to use that. Come on, drop me another one. And he staggers? Ouch. 700,000. Nice. It's this world record pace. Yeah, we're going so fast, dude. Alright, you know what? We need to go. I mean, we've done a fair amount of bosses now. We did, what? Putrescent Knight. Putrescent Knight, Midra. Gaius. Hippo. Well, what else did we do? Oh yeah, Sunflower. Knew I was forgetting one. Oh, I don't know why I went this way. This is like the old school skip. There's a bit of a faster one. That's okay though. It's not that big of a deal. Am I doing 120 bosses in this? Hell no. Hell no. There's like 200 bosses in this game. Now the thing is, if every boss in this game was unique, you bet your ass I would do all bosses, but since there's just so many repeat encounters, it's just not worth it. It's really just not that interesting. You just kill all the bosses so fast anyways. Okay. Go do Midra, I guess. Or, Matir.
Twice? The star dressed to show on the contrary now. Me. Oh, is he? We studied the IU long ago. We too, is that not? And yet, the conceit is then the answer never was America. And this, no, and we have. Ever knew that is a tragedy that he would feel in the play. May you joke.
Yeah, we're almost done though. Wait a sec. Why is he still here?
Oh, is he? Do you America? Well, it is them. The fingers we all knew.
Oh, I actually didn't fucking talk enough. Oops. I still need to get dinner tonight, chat. It's gonna be pretty late by the time we're done with this run, though. I'd say we probably have like an hour left of the run, maybe a bit less. Order it now? Nah, it's all right. I ate like halfway through the stream, anyways, so. What's the trigger for moving this guy? Well, you have to blow the horn or the whistle at both ruins. No, I'm not doing Night Rain. My god, that damage. Yeah, her claws are insanely good. What's up, Higgy? Hello, Fongua. Oh my. Okay, let's... Alright. Dude, the scythes are fucking like, they're so broken just because of the double hit. Like, okay, so for those who don't know, if you power stance jump attack with scythes, they hit twice. Like I don't know, they fucked up the hitbox or something, and it can hit twice. I have no idea why. It happens like so much. I don't know if it's just this specific combination or what. Crazy. Look at this scaling, plus 400 damage. Well, some weapons are meant to hit multiple times in a jump attack, chat. Like, for example, you know, twin blades are meant to hit multiple times when you jump. But because they hit multiple times, the damage is reduced. But with this... What the... Yeah, and curved swords. But these are definitely not meant to hit twice. It's definitely not... Oh, fuck. It's definitely not intentional. You know, it's funny. If you spam the triggers fast enough, their grab attack doesn't even do damage. You wish this game had more scythes? I know, I was kind of surprised how few scythes there were in this game, actually. Did I max in OSRS? I'm max combat, but no, I'm not max all stats. I think I'm like 2,000 total level. A bit above that. that's not it. There's a skip you can do here, but I do not remember how to line it up, chat. Oh, we landed on it. That was actually it. We should still be on the tree. Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, yeah, you land on the tree, but it's not, like, it's a pretty precise lineup. It's not that easy. Maybe I make it look easy, but you don't know where you're aiming. It's kind of tough. I think I remember the lineup, though. I'm honestly shocked, though. This double hit bug is carrying us on this run. Like, honestly. It's so good. I feel like I haven't really heard anybody mention that this is a thing. I mean, it's not like it's good enough where it would be worth doing it in a speedrun or anything, but it's pretty crazy. People just praised the jump damage and didn't suspect the bug. Oh yeah, the jump attack's just doing fucking double damage. I guess it's just good. Yeah, I mean, Starfists are really good. See, the double hit isn't working on her though. dropped off you 4K. I think that was because of the bleed. They patched it when you mentioned it earlier. Ah, yes, that must be it. Alright. Can go do Rennala. Elden Ring or RE4 Remake. Both. I mean, I mean, RE4 Remake and Elden Ring are both great games, but they're not really comparable. Sometimes people ask me, like, you know, this game or that game, and it's like, why are we even comparing these two games in the first place? You know? I don't want to parry her. Asking you which is your preferred option. I mean, it's not that... I don't know, it's not that simple. Oh, the bleed proc. Yo, that was sick. I don't know. I'm also an indecisive person, so I don't really like questions like that. Alright. Let's see, what do we have left? We have Lion, Mesmer, Radon, Bale, I think. Or anything else? Wait a second. Oh, never mind. I'm tripping. Yeah, I did Gaius. Yeah, I think it's just those four. Well, yeah, and Millennia. I'm talking about DLC. Oh, right. Oh my god, what am I doing? Alright, let's go fight Mesmer.
Mongrel intruder. That tarnished, it seemeth. Mother, wouldst thou truly lordship sanction in one so bereft of light? Yet, my purpose standeth unchanged. Those stripped of the grace of gold shall all meet death. In the embrace of Mesmer's flame.
You can jump that? Oh my.
I will not suffer. A lord devoid of light. No, mother. Forgive me. Soon tarnished. Wilt thou be taken in the jaws of the abyssal serpent, shorn of light? America, a curse upon thee.
I don't even know what to level up anymore. I mean, I guess I can still get... I mean, we're fine on health. Alright, we got Radon. Oh, you know what? Do I have... Hey, Austin, thank you for the sub, man. No, I'm just doing all remembrances, Frisk. Actual all... Alright, I've said this so many times this stream. Actual all boss is kind of... I don't know. It's a lot of effort, and it's not really worth it, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, all bosses is basically just running around and killing all the bosses in like 2 seconds. You spend like 5 minutes going through a catacomb just to kill the boss in 2 seconds. Hey, thank you for the 3-year resub, Creighton. Sword dance, really good with Scythe. Honestly, I don't think any weapon arts are better than just spamming jump attack. The jump attack just does so much damage. It's obscene. Yeah, Raptor of the Mist is cool. It's a fun... Alright, man. Relax. Yeah, jump attacks are generally just like the best in this game. I just realized I never picked up the ancient somber smithing stone. In the rune level 1 run, you would, you were allowed, well, if you're talking about the bounty that I hosted, you were allowed to upgrade your Scotty level, but only one time per boss. Hold on, I want to get enough faith so I can use... Okay. I want to be able to use Golden Vow during this fight, because it's pretty nice. Wait, it says respond to the summons in the storehouse. Do I actually need to do that? What the hell does that mean? What summons are they talking about? Is it the one where you fight Leda on the bridge? It might be too late now. I gave him the scroll. Is that all I need to do? Yeah, whatever. I guess we'll find out. I don't know.
Don't you dare approach Mikula the Kind. Need or
Classic
night
Fextra Life.
Dane and our ally
The misinformation.
will never allow this.
Lord of Margit. Oh, Miquella, please. Redeem our clan. Miquella.
Ansbach, let's go, buddy. You did it.
Blood of fire, for the dignity of my lord and master, Moog.
You know what? I killed Rakshala and then I never even put on his fucking armor. I mean, it's really not a big deal. It's like 4% or something, but that's okay.
Right now, I suppose, in truth. Oh, well, you need him. It was you. Fear not. Is eminent besides. Righteous, I swear. I swear.
Alright, I'm gonna go fight Lion first, I think. Maybe Bale as well. Is it here? Wait, no, not here. Here? No. Dreamer, that's not a scythe. I know, I don't care. Can you put that Ash of War on scythes? I don't know, actually. I think it's like built into the weapon. I don't know if you can put it on other stuff. Could be wrong, though.
O horn-decked beast from higher sphere delivered, take root inside the tower's sculpted keepers, and perched within, We beg of thee, rise. Dance and kavod, cleanse all and all wit. Cruelty, woe, and those who plague the town. Cleanse away the strumpet's fire.
That was a double hit. Woo, we did it! All right, let's go kill Bale. I mean, dude, that double hit I did 6,000 damage with my jump attack. Wait a second, we can double grease our weapon, I just realized. Okay, we need to pick up sharp gravel stone. There should be there's some along the path here. Oh god, Bale is going to get absolutely eviscerated. Dude, if I get a double hit, it's gonna do like 10,000 damage to Bale. I'm not even kidding. Hello. Do you sleep all day? I'm almost done. We got like a few bosses left. I'm down to get some like dinner after if you want. Okay. No Vare's mask. Yeah, if we wanted to make the build even stronger, getting Lord of Blood's exaltation probably would have been good. All right, you know what? We'll do it, chat. We'll get our boy. Bat. Oh my gosh. He staggers.
What a sight. A warrior true, if ever one there was. A fellow Drake warrior. Egon. Piteous Egon. Do you not remember? Conjure your past, how once you were, when fear was yet foreign to you.
Somebody put a summoning sign on one of the rocks. Or not a summoning sign, but a message. Just floating in there. Yeah, I loved going through this place in my first playthrough. Except for this guy. This guy coming up. Sax is a girl. You know what? I don't really care what fucking gender the dragon is. The dragon is a piece of shit. Alright. I left Egon's finger. Wait, did I really? Did I not talk to him enough? I'm kind of tired, so oh, fuck. Well, that's awkward. Oh, man, I'm tired. This isn't... I mean, we're close, at least. It's fine. I mean, we went out of our way to kill the dragon so we could summon him, so we might as well.
Take this for scale. Summon me. Summon my soul. My limbs are limbs no more. My heart is twice over filled with fear, but a Drake warrior I remain, and my soul yet lies on the mountain.
Did I finish the Scythe run? We're almost there. We've got only like 5 or 6 bosses left. We have Baal, Radon, Millennia, and then Oralu, Radagon, Elden Beast. Hopefully you finish it today. That's the plan. We already beat Gideon in chat. The soiled loincloth is actually coming in handy. Alright, we're back to medium load. I think we have to trigger the fight first before we can summon him, right? Oh wait, actually we don't want to use that. What?
You will rue this day. Behold, a true great warrior, and I, Egon.
Okay.
Your fears made flesh.
Okay, this is why needing to buff up during the fight is very fun.
Solid of scale you might be, but I will riddle with holes your rotten hide.
Oh my god.
With a hail of harpoons! With every last knot of my being!
Nice.
Bail the dread! You shall haunt me no longer!
He's styling on him. Alright. Wait, I don't think I went to the right spot. I might want to try to deflect here. You know, I'm not sure why I even have the shard on. I guess it's been useful in some cases. How many Skadu? I think we're on like 13. I'm not doing 0 Skadu or anything. This run has taken long enough as it is. You have to summon the Ansbach? I don't think so.
Both your deeds will ever
I mean, if I do, let me know.
song. Now, the vow will be honored.
Thank you for the tier 2, 32 months, Zigoat. Dobie, thank you for the 13 months.
My consort.
Yeah, Onspox Scythe is cool. We'll use it for the final bosses, even though there's not many we could use it on. Oh my. Oh, that was a double hit.
Lord brother. At long last you are returned. Tarnished one. Aspiring lord of the old order. If you have known sin, if you grieve for this world.
I think Prime. I like this boss. I mean, I think the double slash was kind of BS, but like, I don't know. I think they did a good job of making a really difficult boss.
And my promised consort.
I mean, a big part of that difficulty was the cross slash, whatever you want to call it, but. Alive. I think I'm cooked, Chad. I wanted to try to deflect there, but I don't want to parry him. But I guess that's not a Scythe. I mean, our damage is good. If we can get a stagger on him, we'll be in, like, good shape. It's just, I need throwing knives. So when he does this, I lose all my posture damage. Why did I even try, man? Well, there goes all my poise damage. Okay, yeah, that's kind of the... I thought I stopped blocking, but I guess not. I did 4 blocks, and then I tried to roll. But it did not work. Alright, that's good. Alright, we're just gonna run past and buff. Rebuff angle. Boss. He's so annoying if you don't parry, dude. Dagger? Am I gonna make it? I don't think I'm gonna make it, chat. Oh, I got hit by both parts? Oh, fuck me, dude. First playthrough. Listen, I'm rusty, chat, alright? Give me a break. Yeah, we definitely kind of just brute forced him down there. Honestly, if we parried, it probably would have made it a lot easier. But hey, you know, we only used the scythes. I don't actually know how they nerfed him apart from the cross slash. I think they changed something about his like meteor attack, maybe.
I'm going to be a god. If we honor our part of the vow, promise me you'll be my consort. I'll make the world a gentler place.
That it? Not quite. So we still have Millennia left, and now, wait, so how do we get the Scythe? Do we have to go back down the stairs? Oh. We got it. The obsidian lamina. Alright, we need to get a somber 1, 4, and max. What's up, Kyle? Yeah, I can get the somber one from EG.
Have you heard along? It would not as lady you.
Wait, I need 17 arcane for this? Let's just go respec. Why not?
Where did he flee? Is it thy to become now?
I mean, we're already at, like... I already have so much. Can you even buff this thing? Wait, what chat? Oh, I don't have enough faith. What am I doing, dude? I'm so dumb.
Is it thy will? Now.
I wonder how much damage the arcane gives. It seems okay. All right, Millennia time. I should have put more points into arcane instead of strength. It's not that big of a deal, though. But yeah, I increased my faith so I could cast Golden Vow.
I dreamt for so long. My flesh was dull gold, and my blood rotted. Corpse after corpse left in my wake. As I awaited his return. Heed my words. I am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
I wonder if they're actually making an Elden Ring movie. I know they've talked about it.
Defeat.
But there's been like rumors. So annoying, man. That was not good. Yeah, see, that's that's what I'm talking about. I don't know why we even bothered getting this weapon. I mean, like, clearly powered. I mean, you can do the weapon arts and stuff, but clearly just spamming jump attack is like easily the best with scythes, and it's not even like close. We would be doing way more damage too if we didn't respec.
Wait.
Maybe spinning strikes is good though. Can you spinning strikes Millennia? I'm not sure.
The scarlet bloom flowers once more. You will witness true horror. Now, rot.
Seems pretty good. Okay.
The mark of a true lord. Oh, dear Mikola. Oh, dearest Mikola. My brother. I'm sorry. I finally...
Where am I going, dude? Yeah, we did Placidus X. Alright, let's go finish the game. You'll do DLC too. Man, the DLC's done. I'm wearing the fucking lion's head.
It's been a long while, Margit.
All 8 Night Lords next? No. You know, honestly, if there was a class that started with a scythe, maybe I would do it.
And hard didst thou fight,
But there's not.
tarnished warrior, spurned by the grace of gold. Be assured, the Elden Ring resteth close at hand.
Just farm for them from chests, yeah, and then what? You don't get a scythe the entire run because of bad RNG, and you just reset. Just try again.
To be granted
Yeah, brilliant.
Once more.
Oh, you know what? Hold on, I might need to come back, Horalu.
Upon my name as Godfrey, the first Elden Lord.
Hold on, I'll be right back, man. Hold on, I kind of want to deflect them just for fun. He's a pretty nice boss to deflect. Some bosses kind of suck for deflecting. But Horalu's actually pretty good. Okay, wait, let me just double check. Press strong attack. That takes a long time to get off. Oh, that was so early. Alright, you know what? I'm just gonna try to deflect him. Oh, that's not good. I fought this boss before. Shut the fuck up, dude. I will say, Scythe guard counter is not very good. Not great. They're okay. Not that good though. How good is Uchi for deflecting? I think it's okay. I'm not sure what the best weapon was for guard counters. If I remember right, twin blades were actually like really good for guard counters, surprisingly. The dueling shields are really good, yeah. Anchor's really good. Honestly, like whether the guard counter is good depends on how quick it is. Some of them are like pretty fast.
Now I fight as Horalu. Warrior!
And we got all turned around. All right, let me buff up real quick. Thank you. I wonder if the weapon... Oh, come on. Oh, Jesus, Chad. I'm not doing so hot. We're going for the tank everything strat, chat. It's working pretty well. Oh shit, we hit the full combo. That is so slow. The only way you're ever gonna hit that full combo is if you stun them. Wash strats. Okay, dude. Listen, I'm like running on fumes at the moment. I'm pretty tired. Yeah, I mean, we could have killed him so fast if we just spammed jump attacks. Hey Zoldyck, thank you for the gifted sub. Thanks, man. Minecraft Scythe only. Is there even a Scythe in Minecraft? There's a hoe. Can you even attack with it? Yes. That sounds horrible. I played Minecraft, but it has been a while. I don't really remember farming in that game. Yeah, I think we've been streaming for like 13 hours at this point in a while. It's just not fast enough to get those like extra punishes off. There's a lot of posture damage though. Oh, that's... Oh yeah. Yeah, I always forget that I can use Torrent in this boss fight now. It's weird. I wonder if the speedrun uses Torrent at all. Probably not. I think the animation probably takes too long. I was thinking like maybe it could save you some time as at the start of the fight, but... Yeah, I'm not sure why they allowed Torrent in the boss fight. My guess is it's because a lot of people complained about having to chase the boss around. I guess you could actually like hit, I could have hit the tail there. Let's go Torrent! Woohoo! Weapon art. Wait, he's... I didn't even know he could do the fire breath. Oh, the double hit. GG. Woohoo! I did it. You get a thumbs up. Head ahead. Alright, we're just gonna go for the normal ending. I am tired, chat, but it has been fun going through Elden Ring again. GG. Oh, awkward. I was tabbed out of the game. Yo, Zangarl, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 2 subs. Thanks, man. Oh, yeah, it was a Okay, sorry. I'm not gonna talk while I'm yawning. It was a fun marathon. I'm quite tired though. My #1 favorite build of all time. I don't know, man. We've done so many different runs. Honestly, I really like the martial arts that they added in the DLC. I also think Euphoria is a really cool weapon. Oh, you know what? Flails actually have really good guard counters. I forgot about those. I did a run with... They added this flail in the DLC. It's like the boom hammer, but a flail. It's... I can't remember what it's called. But that weapon was fucking actually really good.
Tell a story of how a tarnished became Elden Lord.
Yeah, Bloodfiend's arm is good. Serpent. Yeah, I think it is Serpent's flail, right?
Across the fog, the lands between.
That sounds kind of correct. 26 hours he really is watched. Bro, we played 6 games, alright, man. And we watched all the cutscenes. I don't know why I'm even reading your fucking comment, but...
An age of fracture.
Elden Ring was like fucking 40% of this run, man. Elden Ring took so long. When you're not running like a super efficient route and you're collecting all the bell bearings and grabbing all the heal upgrades. It just adds so much extra time to the run. Yeah, thank you all for joining me today, chat. It's been a fun marathon. I'm not sure the next time I can say for sure that I'm gonna do a marathon is in September. I want to do a big marathon of like all the different games that I've speedran. So obviously all of these games, but also like Resident Evil and Muck Runner and Cuphead and maybe like Doom, Hollow Knight, you know the drill. So we will probably do that, we will do that in September. But maybe we'll do another like Souls marathon or something before then. I'm not sure. We'll see. I like how Amok is so high on that list. I just know people are gonna... I knew people were gonna type Amok in the chat, so you know. Just getting ahead of you guys. Hey, Kieran, thank you for the 17 months. Chillon, thank you for the 10 bucks. Yeah, I'm pretty fucking tired though, chat, so... I'm going to, see if there's somebody to raid. I don't know if I'm gonna stream tomorrow. I might. If I do stream tomorrow, I think I might just play some Night Rain. I don't know. I've kind of missed playing Night Rain. But I might also take the day off tomorrow. We'll see. Also, Nubis and I have been planning a reverse boss order race in Dark Souls 2. So we will definitely do that soon. I don't really have... there aren't any like new releases or things that I'm going to be busy with. I do maybe want to look into Wu Chang speedrunning. Maybe. We'll see though. Only been in plans for 7 months now. Yeah. Yeah. Dude, time flies, man. My goodness. Like, it's crazy to think it's been, you know, years since Elden Ring came out. Like, it really does not feel that long ago where, you know, we were all super excited for Elden Ring to release. And now it's fucking here, the DLC's out. Stop it. It's true though, man. Resident Evil 9 is going to be sick. But I'm super excited for RE9. You're just feeling tired. I mean, I am. I am feeling tired. You're not wrong about that. "30-year-old Dist is tired." Bro, I've been streaming for like 13 hours today, man. Alright? It's a long day, dude. Fucking Elden Ring took so long. I mean, we would have ended like genuinely probably over an hour ago if I just skipped all the cutscenes, but you know, I do it for you guys. This marathon would have been like 4 hours shorter if I skipped all the cutscenes. Maybe it's not that much, but I don't know. Some of the cutscenes are actually pretty fucking long. I don't know. I've seen them a million times, so like I personally wouldn't mind skipping them, but like I know, you know, not everybody has seen the game fucking 500 times like I have. All right.